Hey guys, welcome everyone. Welcome. Now give me a moment while I deal with a slight technical difficulty. Are you gonna cooperate now, game? Are you gonna cooperate with me and launch without crashing? There we go. There we go. There we go. Now it's launching. Hello everyone. Welcome. Welcome everyone. How's everyone doing? Who's here? Who's here? Paris is here. Hi Paris. What's up? Lucky's here. Hi Lucky. Hope you had a good day. And Bob, Stas, Bob. Yeah, I have to keep reminding myself I'm calling you Bob. Hi Bob. How's it going? G'day soldier. Yes. We're here. We're back. We're back in the Hunter Call of Duty edition. Call of Duty. We're here to continue the fight in the Australian front. As soon as I log in, you're about to see what I've been doing in this game. Call of Booty edition. Call of Booty? I'm sure you mean... Oh, right, we are hunting goat booty, right? Yes. We're here to earn our monies, killing hundreds of goats. Literally, I have to kill like 100 goats before I can finally get the gun I need. Cream pie, everyone. Cheers. How's everyone doing? Hope everyone has had a good week. I've had a relatively good week so far. Although I have a bit of a conundrum. Now that, if you guys remember my last stream when I created the alternate hairstyle version for my avatar, I'm now tempted to export that version into desktop. I'm not sure if I should though. I'm tempted, but I'm not sure. I am going to eventually export another version of desktop avatar just to fix this. You see this issue I'm having? All the clipping in my sweater? I'm gonna fix it by probably just doing away with the sweater completely. I'm not sure if I should use the other hairstyle. This hairstyle is technically a lot more optimized. I'll probably stick with this hairstyle. Probably. Maybe. Let me show you guys what I've been doing. Specifically, what I've done today. You see all that? You see that? A good chunk of every bit of purple there is a zone where I killed something, and I've killed so much shit just today that some of the purple zone has started to disappear. I started from over here and basically went on basically a carved a trail of carnage from there all the way down there, looped back up to here, and then went back that way and went back up that way. Oh wait, hang on. Oops, I just realized I forgot to move myself. Sorry about that. Professional streamer here, guys. Okay, as I was saying, yes, I started from over here, went south, carved a trail of destruction down south, looped back up this way, followed the road back up, killed a bunch of things back here, and then cut across down here, and then killed a bunch of shit over here, and I ended up here. So, yeah, I killed a lot of stuff today. A lot of animals died. Specifically, yeah, specifically a lot of goats, mainly goats, but a bunch of roos and a bunch of foxes as well. Mainly goats. A lot of goats died over the last 2 days, and more goats I have to die because this number up here, you see this number up here? That needs to be 60,000 at least. So we're gonna hunt more, chat. A lot more goats are going to die today. Before we proceed, let me do a quick ammo check. Need to make sure that I'm on the right ammo. All ammo is okay. It's good. Went on a warpath. Pretty much a very long, extended warpath. Although, now that we end up here, we're going to head north a little bit. There's a lake over here that is frequented by deer. So we're going to take a short break from killing goats and instead kill deer. Let's head north, chat. Let's see if we're able to spot anything. Like right now. Just having loaded in. It's not my fault that I have to massacre all these goats, chat. It's the game. You know, lots of horrible things happen in war. It's unfortunate that I had to massacre all these goats and roos and foxes in order to earn my new gun, but oh well. Oh well. Do you blame the sword or do you blame the person who wields it? I'm just a sword, chat. A very thick, girthy sword. Built specifically for penetrating all these animals nice and deep.
These tracks, you can follow them, but don't forget to also look up and observe what's in front of you.
What tracks are those? You're right next to the outpost as well. Let's see, what are you? Roos? Really? Roos all the way here? Lots of roos. Oh, and by the way, chat, I'm not using ruse as a slur or anything. It's not a wartime slur. That's literally how proper Australians refer to kangaroos. They call them roos. Now, where the hell did those roos get off to? They're starting to get into the denser jungle area. We're not going to go all the way into that forest. We're just going to hunt the outskirts of the forest. Specifically, there's a lake over here. We're gonna check out that lake, see what we can see. I felt like doing a more relaxed stream today. So that's why we're doing Call the Wall. Originally I was thinking of doing a VRC stream, but I might try to save my energy for Friday. By the way, chat. Anniversary stream. Confirm. Friday evening at around 8 p.m. EST. Or EDT technically. Eastern Daylight Time. You're free to convert to your time as necessary, but yes, that's gonna be our anniversary stream this year. Ooh, hog deers. Anything else besides that one hog deer? Is that really the only thing here? No, plenty of hog deer. There's one on its own. I might be able to... Okay, lots of hog deers. Those are a lot closer. I might be able to kill some of those without spooking the rest. Let's get closer. And as usual, our anniversary stream is going to be hosted on VR chat. I'm going to be streaming on YouTube and Kick multi-stream. It's decided. And I'm going to be in a Friends Plus or Friends world. And anyone and everyone is welcome to come and join me in chat or in VRC. Everyone's welcome. It's entirely up to you whether you guys want to... There's a red deer here. Fuck! Shit. How do we deal with this? If we shoot the red deer, we're gonna spook the hog deer. We have to take the red deer. The red deer is more valuable. Try to see if we can get a hog deer. Okay, let's see how many we spooked. Those hog deer ran as expected. That one also ran, unfortunate. Those are not spooked. Okay, so we might still be able to get some. I might not have been able to land a killing blow on this hog deer, unfortunately. Damn it. I was hoping to be able to get multiple, but oh, I think I can do about it. I know I hit it, but apparently not good enough to kill. Unfortunate. What the fuck was that? Were with roos fleeing behind us. But there were no roos there. We just came from there. What the fuck? That's very strange. Were there roos trying to sneak up on us? They were, weren't they? Motherfucker roos. They know they can't take me in a street fight because I'm a harpy. So they tried to sneak up on me instead. Okay, we're getting close enough that we need to be careful about being spotted. Yes, moose fucker. Yes, I see him. Perfect shot. Okay, going to accept. Now, where are those hawk deer? There they are. They're still outside of my ideal range, so I want to get closer. Oh, we need to stay low. They're looking my way too, so need to move carefully. Wait, what's that? Hog deer right in front of me. Shit. I have to take this. Okay, let's see what I got. I'll go sand. We're just getting started. We're giving the goats a little bit of a break from death and carnage. I know we're hunting some deer. Find me the carcass, moose fucker. Oh, it's right over there. Good job, moose. Perfect shot. But still silver. Oh well, I'll take it. Our objective is to try to get this number up here to 60,000 today. I don't know if I can get it to 60,000 today, but we're gonna try. That is another kill. The hawk deer that I hit died. That is a slightly cheating way to see if you actually got a kill, chat. The purple zones are meant to mark hunting pressure zones. But hunting pressure only gets marked whenever you actually kill something. And because of that, if you remember exactly, oh, and it marks the location where the animal got hit, not where the animal dies. So if you know where you shot the animal and you memorize that, you can use hunting pressure markers as an indicator of whether or not you successfully killed something. Yes, it's slightly unimmersive and slightly cheating, but oh well. It's fine, Chad, it's fine. So I now know that the one of the deers I shot over here died. I need to go and look for him. It's a fox. I think I hit him. I'm fairly certain I hit him. Ooh, a gold hog deer. I think I'm gonna taxidermize that. This is gonna cost me some of the money that I'm building up, but oh well, it's worth it. Yep, there you go. Another kill. Alright, we're gonna have to try to make sure we collect all these bodies. Because I don't get the kill if I don't collect the body. Okay, let's see here. Did I get another hit on one of the deer here? I think I might have. Let's try to see if Moose Fucker can find anything. Yes, he can. Blood rate very low. No organ hit. I don't know if this results in a kill. Well, let's find out. Oh. You're coming back. I'm very certain that one's gonna die. Ooh. What's that? Which one was this? I'm not sure. I shot a whole bunch of deer. It's really hard for me to tell whether or not I actually killed anything. Chat? Oh well. Oh well. That would be the fox. Let's get the fox. Achievements of game mechanic UI is giving you. Well, there are people who turn off the UI so that, you know, they have the most immersive experience. Comes down to personal preference. You can even turn off all these glowing things on the ground. Yeah, tumbacos. Damn, how far away did that fox get? It ran really far. Wait, I am tracking the fox, right? Yeah, I'm tracking the red fox. How did I get no organs hit on a red fox? When I hit it center mass. What the fuck? There she is. How did I miss every organ? Ah! The bullet was high. I ended up taking its neck apart and barely missing its neck bone. Damn. If I hit his neck, then would have saved me the trouble of having to chase him down. Oh well. Good boy. Okay, there might be one more deer that might need to track down. Let's get back. You got an artery? If I did hit an artery, it wouldn't... The fox wouldn't be able to run so far. It'll instantly die, you know? Unfortunately, this game doesn't track artery hits. It tracks organ hits and bone hits, but anything that's not an organ or a bone is just counted as a flesh hit, unfortunately. Really, the deer that I hit over there didn't die. Surprising. There are actually quite a few DLC I could have bought to make this a lot easier, but a lot of the DLC feels very cheaty-ish to me. I've killed a lot of animals over here already. If I kill more, there's gonna be too much hunting pressure on this lake and the animals are going to disappear. So, as much as I would like to kill that hog deer, I'm gonna let it go. Yeah, the way the purple thing works is that when 3 kill zones overlap, it builds, well, every time a kill happens, it builds hunting pressure. Once enough hunting pressure builds, which is 3 kills over a specific area, it will remove the need zones of the animals in that area. And the animals will go elsewhere to try to find that resource, so I need to figure out where they went off to, hunt them there, and then drive them back here, essentially, which is less than ideal. Track not found. Really? Interesting. And there is one DLC I can buy that is very cheating. You can buy something called a tripod, which is basically a lifeguard chair that you set up. basically essentially just a lifeguard chair that you set up. You sit on it, and for some reason, sitting on that silly chair allows you to it reduces the hunting pressure you generate by 3/4 or some shit like that. So and that alone already feels cheating-ish. Just the fact that sitting on a damn chair reduces hunting pressure. But that's not the only thing that the chair does. The chair also makes it so that animals cannot see you. So as long as you are sitting on the chair, and aggressive animals will never attack you, and yeah, animals will literally walk right up to you and they won't even know you're there. And I'm like, yeah, that sounds fucking broken. No, thank you. Rare job of a rare mob in FF5 first try. Let's go. Oh, nice. I really want to kill that deer, but if I do, that area where I've already killed 2 animals is going to be overpressured, so I won't. Let's leave this area. I'm fine with, tracking hunting pressure because preventing overhunting is a thing to consider. But the fact that sitting on a damn chair reduces hunting pressure and makes it so that animals can't see you, yeah, that's broken. Chair seems to must be Virgil's lawn chair, yeah, pretty much. It's literally just, they call it the tripod, but it's literally just a chair that is elevated like a lifeguard's chair. That's literally what you're setting up. You're setting up a chair and you're sitting on it. So I opted to not buy that DLC because of how broken it seems. Did you kill Bambi's mom yet? No, we did kill Todd from Fox and the Hound. No! No, I didn't kill the poor fox from Fox and the Hound. No! Also, I don't think... Wait, does Fox and the Hound take place in Australia? Does anyone know? Does Fox and the Hound take place in Australia? I thought it took place in the US. And I have killed a lot of deer. I killed a red deer. I killed a bunch of hog deers. Oh, maybe Bambi's cousin? I'm mainly here to kill roos and goats, actually. I just took a short break from murdering roos and goats to kill some deers. Do you see anything, chat? There's some roos. Traveling. Okay, a bunch of roos are traveling. Oh, it's the whole family. Okay, where are they? They are over there. Okay. Okay, let's go. Yep. Yep, I know you're there. I see you. Oh wow, there's a lot of them. And you're all traveling. Shh, they're cresting. They're putting the crest of the hill between me and them. Shh. It's gonna be really hard for me to get close enough to get them with the hill in the way. I might be able to get that one. Ah, god damn it. Shit. Yeah, that was a complete miss. I don't know how I somehow got a complete miss when I shot at it dead center, but oh well. American Midwest. There is a map that is in the US, but I haven't hunted on a map for a while because I need money. And the best way to make money is to destroy kangaroos and goats. Here. I think I only got the one. Moose fucker. Find me the body. You didn't find it? Well, fuck you too. Destroy animal. Collect money, profit, yeah. I mean, I am here as pest control. Officially. That's my job. So I'm doing a good deed, chat. I'm keeping the pests in check. That includes roos. And don't worry, we're gonna make sure we eat them. Can I have ourselves some delicious roo burger? Roo burger. Ooh, a gold roo. Shit. Do I want to taxidermize this or do I? You know what? I'm trying to get this number to 60k, so I should not taxidermize everything. Let's save it for later. Okay. What time is it? It is gonna be 4. It's gonna be dusk soon. So this is what we're gonna check. We're gonna go here. Gonna fast travel there, and we're going to switch zones. We have carved through a huge swath of territory over here. You see all that purple? That's all kills, and these are the ones that you can still see. There are lots more that have already disappeared. I'm going to come here now and try to see what we can do here. I'm gonna hunt a little bit before dusk rolls around. And we'll hunt. We're gonna travel north a little bit. Check out this area. Before sundown. Once the sun sets, we'll head back to the outpost and then we'll travel south to the plains. Let's go, chat. Let's go. Silencers, I think it is. No. No, as far as I know, anyway. There is a modern weapons pack DLC, but those only give you this game's equivalent of AR-15s, and they don't have silencers either. There are night vision goggles though. And I'm considering buying the night vision goggle DLC if I'm still playing the next time a sale comes around. Didn't see any human hunting mods for this game. Yeah, I think that's gonna be a lot harder. It's gonna be very difficult for mods to implement. It'd be fun though. Wait, that's not ambient noise, that's something. That's an animal. Hello Tinker, welcome. Your voice is fluctuant normally. Yeah. Yeah, it's a little habit of mine. I talk in whichever voice I feel like talking in. Don't see anything yet. Unfortunately, this... Even though this is a river, and you would think that a lot of animals would frequent this river, it's too close to the outpost. The terrain is also quite hilly, so you don't have that good sightlines. I saw the button prompt for something. You saw it too, right, Jack? Oh, what was it? What was it? Something on. Oh, I need you guys to let me know if there's ever any lag on stream, okay? Please let me know if you guys notice any lag on the stream. And I'll fix the stream. More hawk deer. Is that all there is? Just hawk deer. But they're over the crest of a hill. I don't know if I can get a good shot off on them. See if we can get close. The hill is tall over there. Look over. There's a 2-second delay. Normal. You can't really get the delay that much shorter on YouTube. 12 seconds? Yeah, that's normal. That's the best you can get from YouTube. Well, still having it accept closed captioning. What the deer? There they are. Oh man, there's a lot of foliage between me and the deer. Just gonna make visibility and sneaking a shot through all those trees very difficult. And we're dropping below the crest of the hill. Damn. Okay, hang on, let me mark this so that I can see roughly how far away we are. How can we get a shot off on them? Maybe if we cross the river onto the other bank and get a shot off? Let's try. We're getting close enough where we have to worry about noise. Let's see. Can we see anything from here? A bit. You're moving. Shit. Okay, which one of my lures is for hog deer? That one. And y'all leaving. Shit, I have to get closer. I don't think they heard me. Would I consider myself any good for Unity work? Depends on how you define good. I'm good enough to achieve the effect that I want by myself. But oh wait, one of the deer. One of the deer stay behind. Okay. Diagnosing very common errors. I could help you, I guess. If it's really a common error. Yeah. Get him, Joyce. You should be going down very quickly. Yeah, I'm able to do what? I'm able to achieve the effect I want to achieve. If you were here for my last stream, you would have seen me messing with Avatar in Blender and then transferring it over to Unity side, dealing with bugs all along the way, you know. A sambar. Okay, we want to try to get him to not be worried about us. Where is he though? There's a sambar somewhere in there. And where? We can get him to come out of the trees, then that'll be perfect. Where is he? There he is. Okay, I think I got a non-vital organ hit because I hit him in the ass, but we'll find out soon enough. First things first, let's find the hog deer that we killed. Getting some avatar throwing an error about prefab not existing puzzle once for then look somewhere else for it. I thought it fixed it a while ago by throwing dynamic bones. Avatar isn't exactly new, but it's not working. That is a very old error. Normally how I would fix that is... Okay, there are multiple things that could cause that. I believe one of the things I ran into that caused that was using... And... Okay, hang on, let me grab this and then... Hang on. One of the things that I ran into the cause that was shader, Poyomi shader. Basically, if you use Poyomi shader and then you grab an avatar Unity package that also has Poyomi shader stuff in it, that clash can cause the prefab thing to bug out. Do another thanks, you tried it out, thanks. Okay, yeah, another thing to consider is the possibility that that something else, that is a what's the term I'm looking for? something else that is script based, like any kind of shader, any kind of fishbone, or any kind of stuff like that, there is a clash between an older version of the script and the newer version of the script, and that needs to be fixed. So yeah, that is it's the most common source of that I've seen is from no organ here and very low. I doubt I'm gonna be able to get a kill from that. Will I? I don't know. I'm looking at the purple, and the purple indicates 2 kills here. Think I did get a kill. Okay, hang on. Let's get that first, and then we'll go chasing after that later. Actually, wait, hang on. No, place a waypoint here. So we'll come back here. But we're going to grab that body first. Here. If you're still using dynamics, redo the dynamics. If you're using shader, Poyomi shader, clear out all versions of Poyomi shader and just install the one clean version of Poyomi shader. And anything else, any other special script stuff that you're running, redo it as well. That is the most common cause of that particular bug. When you're trying to export the avatar and the prefab is bugging out. Really, I hit him in the intestines first. Oh well. Okay, now. By 2 DPS. Dynamic bone stuff as new as you can get. Out of curiosity, why are you using dynamics instead of fizz bones? If it's meant for VR chat. Also, I don't need to know the version. You just need to make sure that all of the version of those scripts, whether it's your own pack assets or the avatar's assets, you need to clear it all out and do a fresh install of the whatever latest proper version you want to use. Avatar will create a you prefer face by putting in the precaution. Yeah, okay, so if those avatars are old, I'm very certain that some of the scripts that were packaged with the avatar are outdated. So you need to figure out what scripts came with those avatars, whether it's dynamic bones or Poyomis or whatever. Clear it all out and install your latest version again. You do need to clear the files, the physical files out, and reinstall the assets. Essentially, do a clean install of the assets. Try your best to find where they are and yeah, fix it. The Samba are practically walking into me. Can go after the avatars in project rather than putting... Yeesh. Yeesh. It went down with one shot. Huh. In fact, when it comes to importing avatars, I much rather upload the Unity package. I mean, not upload. I mean, unpack the Unity package into a different project, just so I can grab the FBX, and then after I grab the FBX, I toss it into Blender, do whatever tidying up I usually do, and then after that I put it into my actual Unity project that I use for uploading avatars, because I do not trust Unity packages to not fuck something up. It's something I learned the hard way. Followed here. Hang on. I might end up... Evan Rusa exists here. I do not have a color for followed here. Damn. Oh, that's fine. I'm just here to see if I can track down this deer I shot. I might have gotten a kill, I might not have. The only reason I think I got a kill is because that initial purple is very bright, which indicates to me that maybe I got 2 kills from that general spot, which might be this. In any case, good luck. I hope you're able to figure out what came with the Unity package that fucked up your upload. Yes, moose fucker, I'm coming. I'm coming. There's 3 zones overlapping here already, which means that is a overpressured zone. I need to move on from this area. Once I secure this body, I'm gonna move on. And it's gonna be night already. As you saw, the toss of something to get broken cramp for. That's far away. Yeah, we're not going to go after that. We did get a kill. Thought I heard something. I thought I heard a footstep next to me. I'm nervous. Let's see. Oh, yeah. Yeah, this was the original Samba I shot. Hehehe. I missed the ass, but I destroyed his pelvis, so oh well. Let's get out of here. We don't want to overhunt this zone, so we'll camp out at that outpost. So the most professionally documented thing you've ever seen for 15 bucks. Yeah, to be honest, when it comes to buying avatar, well, I don't really buy avatars anymore. I buy assets, and I put things together myself because a lot of avatars get bashed from a bunch of different assets, and I do appreciate the work that the those kit bashers put into the avatars, and in fact I use it as a point of reference a lot on my own kit bashing. I look at what they've done and I'm like, oh, this piece of clothing looks good, and then I go and try to see if I can, you know, find it myself. I really would like to hunt magpie goose, but magpie goose is not my main. Yeah, it's not my main hunted animal, so although since I already have the collar, I better just follow deer. Axis deer. Hawk, even Rusa. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'll take this. Save this loadout. I'm trying to organize this in an order that makes sense to me, that I can remember. I'm gonna put the predator jackrabbit there. I'm going to go from larger to smaller, I think. That's probably the best way for me to organize this in a way that makes sense to me. Not his pelvis. It's fine. He doesn't need it anymore. Especially when she's hung as a trophy on my wall. Teehee. You do yourself, you know it's either done right or you would the doof that broke it. Yeah. I do, yeah, but I do still learn a lot from avatar makers. Like, one of the latest things I learned was actually from Godfall. I don't buy any Godfall avatars, but I have friends who do, and while helping them fix up their Godfall avatars so that the Godfall avatars behave the way they wanted to, I learned quite a few things about how Godfall avatars are set up, and especially how it sets up the Poyomi shaders. And yeah, I learned a lot. Oh, by the way, before we head up, clean by chat. Cheers. I tried to optimize any Godfall, I poked it. Alright, good coffee. They weren't mine, they were my friends. And technically, I have a couple avatars who are. Okay, here's the thing. I try my best to optimize my avatars, although at the same time, I'm feeling the whole like, I want to have this in the avatar, I want to have that in the avatar, I want to have this too, and so on and so forth. I'm trying my best to optimize it. And in fact, I actually talked to the people over at Poyomi Discord, to try to figure out the best way to optimize certain features I want my avatar to have. And one of the things I learned from Poyomis is that if you want to toggle clothes or hairstyles or things of that nature, it is better to have those clothes as a separate mesh, and you just turn off the mesh rather than have the clothes be rendered all the time and you turn them invisible with a alpha transparency. Even though VRChat thinks that it's more optimized to turn things invisible with alpha transparency than having them as separate meshes, it is actually more optimized to have clothing items and hairs and all that stuff as separate meshes. The only thing that should be one singular mesh is the thing that is active all the time, which is your body, and usually hair. But most people don't have talkable hairstyles. I've only just recently added one toggleable hairstyle to my VRChat avatar, and I tried my best to get it as optimized as I could. I tried to optimize as best I could, but it's still very unoptimized. But that is for my unoptimized version that has everything, you know? I have optimized versions of my avatars that are stripped down and barely have anything. Barely have any features. Ah, damn, the gold are running away. They were over the crest of the hill and there was no way for me to get close enough to sneak up on them to get a shot off, so unfortunate, but oh well. Will help to come those folks trying to run 500. Oh yeah, my avatars are not 500 MB. My avatars are only like 100 MB, give or take. Actually, wait, no. My textures are 100 MB. Oh, my girl avatar textures are 120 MB, I think. 110, which it's yellow. Ranking rating. Well, my trap avatar is, I think, 80 or 90 MB textures, and that compresses into even less. Smaller size. Once you actually upload the avatar. So yeah, I try to optimize as best I can within even though I have a lot of fancy gadgets on my avatars. I reduce texture sizes. I reduce actually reducing texture sizes is one of the biggest source of performance ranking gain. A lot of people are using uncompressed tattoos and textures and maps and masks and all that, and it's like, oh, fuck you, fuck off, you don't need 8K tattoos, god damn it. You're just putting 4K textures when the best you can get, so it's like 2K. I put 4K textures on my skin and my face texture. That's it. Just the base skin and face texture. Everything else, tattoos, masks, maps, everything is reduced to a 512 or a 1K or 2K texture, depending on the needs of what the texture or the mask or the map is trying to do. Most of it is down to 512 texture. Some are either 1K or 2K because they need to have the fidelity, but otherwise, yeah, it's hang on, let me get that goat in the ass. Hang on. Okay, I think the goat is dead. Time for the goat murder to commence. He's not gonna last very long, I think. Or is he? Nope, he's dead. Fucking dog! Stay! You fucking motherfucker, you keep making me have to pet you all the time. Bitch. Yeah, Caspo can have it for you. Something like a gig and a half. Vast majority was literally just sleeve textures being ridiculous. Oh, yeah, it's Yep, it's unfortunately people being inconsiderate assets with the avatars. Which reminds me, regarding the my brain is not working right now. Regarding the anniversary stream. Yes, my brain is really slow right now. Regarding the anniversary stream. We while I'm not going to enforce optimize avatars, try to not come in a crash avatar. Anyone? Try to come in. I'm not. Yeah, very poor avatars are fine as long as you're not in a fucking early Godfall avatar that is 500 MBs with uncompressed 8K textures and all that junk. Yeah, none of that. I'm just asking that you not do that. kill. Easy. Yes, yes, moose fucker. I'm coming. The goat massacre is starting again, chat. Going to destroy all these goats. And possibly some roos as well if we find any. Where the hell did this goat get off to? Oh, there's a reason why I'm walking slowly. It's because when you run, you generate so much noise that everything in 300 meters around you just runs away. And I don't want everything in 300 meters to run away. I want them to stick around so that I can murder them. Good job, moose fucker. Okay, directly in the ass, and then directly in the ass again. Double intestine shot. No wonder he ran away so far. Oh well. It's fine, chat. Not my fault that I shot him in the ass. It's his fault. He presented his ass to me. I had to take the shot. Now, where did this other goat die? See if we can find the body. Moose fucker! Find him. Oh, it's right over there? Oh. You didn't get very far. Oh wow, I hit him all 3 times? Really? Wow! Ass shot. Liver and stomach? Liver and stomach again. Oh, I'm so good, chat. Even though, okay, technically I didn't need to shoot him a 3rd time apparently. But oh well. Oh well. Ruse. They're resting, but they're just over the crest of the hill, which is a problem. Fuck. Okay, I'm gonna employ a tactic that I learned. But first we're gonna have to get closer. Literally just over the crest of the hill. Can we have ourselves some Roo burgers? Yeah, they're barely visible over the crest of the hill. You get closer. I'm hearing more goats. Very close to me. I don't see them. Ooh, fox feeding area? Need to remember this. Okay, the last spotted was here. We're going to place a waypoint there so I can get a rough estimate of how close I am, and then we're going to employ the new tactic I learned. I might be able to get higher, more, more verticality by going on that hill. Let's see. Can you get as much verticality as I can? Come on. Get me enough height so I can see over the hill. Damn it, it's not enough. Not nearly enough. Shit. You know, I think I was bored taking DPS out, just crashing into whatever. Uh-oh. Well, good luck. I hope you can get Unity back in. I mean, the DPS back in. Yeah. Okay, maybe I can get leverage over here, but I'm getting really close. Worst come to worst, I can use the tower, but the tower is quite a ways away. I hope the ruse didn't move while I was flanking them. Okay. Get ready. Cowboy? Where are they? Oh, I've spotted some goats, but where are the ruse? Did they move? Or are they just below the crest of the hill? Okay, let's try. Did they move? They fucking moved! Motherfuckers! Okay, hang on. The ruse might have moved, but there are goats right next to me. Where are you? Where? 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 There! I see you. Oh, there was one right in front of me. Oh no, they didn't move. They're right there. They just didn't fucking care about my whistling. I was supposed to startle them, but apparently not. Oh well. Well, I didn't get the views, but I gotta go. Moose fucker. Find the body. What? You mean idling? Find the damn body! Stupid dog! Oh? Wait. Couple ghosts are fleeing, but not all of them are. Hang on, let's deal with this first. Can get more goats soon. Oh, hard shot. Bullseye. Okay. Down, boy. Where are they? There's a goat there. Where's the other one? There were two. I don't know where the other one is. There they are. Got him. Okay, this area is... There's a lot of hunting pressure right now, so... We're going to grab his body and then... travel a little bit further for the next kill. Although technically I'm not seeing any need zones here. Let's move on now. Throwing a crap arrows, try without still. Lark Unity. Ah. Then, if refreshing everything doesn't work, then what I would recommend is grab the FBX and remake the avatar settings. That's what I would do. In fact, that's how I would start. Just grab the FBX. If you need to learn the materials, you can learn them, but otherwise, yeah, I don't. What? Is that normal? Huh. Interesting. Okay. Somehow I shattered his bone on the other side of his body. It's skill, chat. It's pure skill. You're way out of your skill level. It's something you eventually learn. The one very easy way to do it is open the avatar and in a different project, of course with Poyomis and everything over there, and then open your actual avatar Unity project and very slowly copy over every single setting by hand. That way you know that all of the scripts are up to date on your actual proper Unity project. And you can have all the settings without worrying about outdated scripts mucking things up. That's how I started out initially. Slowly developing my own settings, and then after I develop my own settings, I just I don't need to really reference the any other Avatar Maker's Unity packages anymore. Outside of learning specific settings and techniques. Read through every file and go individual. Yeah. Go and remake all of the materials, remake all of the dynamic bones, all that stuff. You very quickly learn what does what and what goes where by doing that. One thing I do need to learn how to do is how to create a spawner light like Flame Knight. Flame Knight has a light spawning system which allows him to take really nice pictures, and I want to learn how to do that. I'm studying Flame Knight. Oh, let's try to head in this direction. See if we can find any animals down by that waterhole. Unfortunately, the plains over here aren't as busy as this area where I went on a rampage a while ago. So I'm not getting as many kills as I was earlier today. But we're slowly getting there. Can you see anything, chat? Anything at all? There's a tree line. There might be animals hiding in this tree line that I can't see. Unfortunately, I'm awful at spotting. Stuff in the forest and stuff in the shade, so more often than not, whenever I'm in the shade or hunting in foliage, I don't notice what's around me until it's screaming at me and running away. DPS only works sus. So maybe it's DPS. It could be that the avatar is using an older version of DPS. And an older version of the DPS script came with the avatar. Oh, not at all, Black. Okay, that's already. Welcome to avatar editing. Often, after a few hours, you feel like you want to kill yourself. Ooh, a fox feeding area. I don't see any foxes around though. Might have moved on from this area already. Normally when I'm in bird's eye view, it's clear they define prey swoop down on. Yeah, sadly I can't fly. The game doesn't let me fly. It's because it'd be unfair, chat. That's why the game is preventing me from flying. Everything would be too easy if I could fly. Oh. There were goats on the other side of that hill. Damn. I can even hear them. Where did it go? Oh. A goat and a roo? Shit, the roos are bolting. Okay, never mind. Let the roo go. But the goats, on the other hand, where are they? I saw goats in the underbrush. And a fox, but that's way too far. There's a goat there, but that's way too far. I saw some closer. There was some in there somewhere. A red fox? Okay, I might just take the shot on that fox. there are the goats. Oh yeah, they're fucking off. Oh my god, did the fox really run that far away before it died? It did, didn't it? That is so far. Well, we're going to track all the way over there to get that fox. And along the way, we'll just kill a whole bunch of other goats. You see that goat over there? Between us and the fox, we're gonna kill that. A room mating call? He has his ass to me and it's... Oh wait, no. He does not have his ass to me. I got something. Trust me, if you feel like there's a fun to go crazy, then go crazy till you screech. I'm not familiar with that quote. Quail. You know, I've always wanted to hunt quail, but I don't think I can get any quail kills. Okay, I think I got a double kill here. Yeah, that's too close. If I kill that goat, well, is that close, he's going to create another kill zone. Shit. Damn it, why are you guys so close together? Need you guys to be further away. God damn it! Nice. Just destroyed him. Non-vital organ hit. You like the YouTube song? It'll probably be DMCA. Since I'm streaming onto YouTube and Twitch at the YouTube and Kick at the same time. Probably not a good idea. That's fine, yes, no, it's fine. Nice, I did get 2 kills. YouTube? Yeah, I'm streaming on YouTube. I do not have the bot set up to post my YouTube, but you could probably scroll down and find my YouTube links down below. Should be fairly obvious. Hang on, I have to deal with this. There's a lot of targets in front of me. This is a target-rich environment. Found it. Yep, welcome. Okay, we have to loop back a bit and find the fox body. The fox blood trail started somewhere over here. Oh, wait. Hang on. Oh shit. Hang on. Is that Rue attacking us? You coming for us, Rue? Rue? Shit. Well, that was all I was worried about. It just cleared that need zone over there. Fuck. Well. Sucks to be me, I guess. Oh, wow. Really? The buckshot has that much bullet drop? Huh. I destroyed his feet. Well, yeah, this N signifies that some need zones were cleared. Unfortunately. Let's just run. Or move before anything else happens. Where the hell did that Rue come from anyway? The Rue tried to attack us and he died. Wow, that's what you get. I'm the apex predator here, not you, Rue. Now having this fox here. How did that not... Yeah, you know what? Not gonna question it. Hello, Facade. Welcome. How's it going? Are you crying? Is something wrong? You saw that, Rue. He was coming right for me. I had to kill him and generate too much hunt. Think pressure that I cleared one feed zone here, but you know what? You know what? It's that Rue's fault. Fucking Rue. That's not a crying emote? What emote is it actually? Hang on. Oh, it's a heart emote. Oh, okay. I thought you were crying over the Rue. Okay, well, it's fine then. Same difference. Oh, is it raining? It's raining. Look at him, boost fucker. A mating call. It's way back that way. Oh, there they all are. You're nervous and traveling. That is in the middle of the overpressure zone. And there's a roo coming right at us. That area is overpressured already, so might as well, right, chat? Might as well. Yeah, look at that insane amount of overpressure there, but it's fine. It's fine. If you're going to overhunt something, you hunt it until it's extinct. That's what I say. Perfect long shot. Right, is there any other blood trail around here? No? Okay, let's go get that view. Hi Mitchell in the right channel. Yeah. Multi-streaming onto YouTube and Kick now, so yeah. YouTube, if you want to, you can say hi to Kick, and Kick, you can say hi to YouTube. You can see the chat above my head. A little symbol denoting whether the person's on YouTube or Kick. This is how I'm earning most of my money. Just coming to Australia and murdering everything. There's so much stuff to kill on the plains. I am trying to avoid overhunting, but as you can see, the animals keep coming right at me. I don't have a choice, chat. Cleanse the animal field. Yeah, I mean, technically we are fighting an invasive species war right now in Australia. Of course, after all, harpies are not endemic to Australia. I'm here to secure territory first, chat. And as part of that effort, I'm also fighting off other invasive species. Like all of those goats that I've been killing. You see? Goat. Deer. All of these are invasive species. Even the fox are invasive species, I believe. More goats. Okay, I need to get into a good vantage point. close enough that they are noticing me now. Damn. Gonna need doggy bags together. It's... we don't need to worry about that. We're in the wilderness. Animal shit is fertilizer. Oh yeah, we don't have to worry. Species. Well, I'd say they'd be in Australia. Really? Why Australia? Different varieties. Different birds in different parts of the world. More than likely. I mean, there's the Monster Girl Encyclopedia and Everyday Life of Monster Girls with all of the Monster Girl variants. Put a song and variants in casts ping for me after stream. That's better. That's fine. That's fine. I can always check it later. You can also put it in my Discord if you want to. It's entirely up to you. Wait. Oh damn. You're spooked. But not spooked enough. Oh shit, I didn't realize they were back at the river. Whoops. Okay, did I actually get a kill? I'm not sure. Oh well. Oh, fine. Yes. Rue, do you want something? Silly Rue. I don't even know why we were fleeing towards the sound of the gunfire. Good, moose fucker. Directly into the stomach and... Ooh, sever the spinal cord. Perfect. Right, now we go and collect... I killed something over here. What did I kill there? I'm killing so much stuff that I'm even forgetting what I killed. Oh well. Oh well. So let's loop around and slowly collect our trophies. Oh, this one was right over there. Good job, moose fucker. How did I... What? Okay, you know what? Somehow I managed to thread the needle. Oh. How did I first do basta? Oh, what? Each Liebedig? That's the only German I know. Ich liebe dich. Although technically Cyanide taught me Ich liebe Hähnchenflügel, but I don't actually like chicken wings. In fact, chicken wings are my least favorite chicken part. Wichtig, fuck dich. Moosfucker. Where's the body? Find me the body. Oh, I can't see anything through that. I don't even know what I'm tracking. Non-vital organ hit on a feral goat. Ah. We're eventually gonna loop back and check on those roos I shot. Wait, not the roo. The goat I shot. Things are kind of chewy and unpleasant here. Present dies at least for me. Feel free to take that out of context. You got no idea some of the species that are out there. Wait. Oh. Damn it. Could have gotten a shot of it I was faster. I heard them too. Damn. Oh, that's the body. Yeah, the main reason why I don't like chicken wings is because the meat to bone ratio of the chicken wings is really, really small. Listen, chat, I know it looks like I'm aiming for the ass here, but I'm not. It's not my fault. Not my fault that, these motherfuckers go and show their ass to me. Okay, let me run and check on those. On that, goat I shot close to the waterline. See if I got a kill there. If I got a kill there and I even more overpressured the waterline, I'm going to want to... What? Are you? Oh god! You bitch! What the fuck, Lee? What? What do you think what you're trying to do, huh? Bitch! Motherfucker! Ah! Running straight at me. You see, chat? You see? These animals are actually running at me. They're trying to kill me. I don't even know where he came from. Still trying to get back here so that I can grab the body. I'm fairly certain I got a kill. There. I need to run. I'm running at you because you're slaughtering them. No, they're running at me first. The only reason why they haven't been doing it until now is because I've been outranging them. Yes. If I wasn't outranging them, then you would see a lot more motherfuckers trying to kill me. Yeah. This is a war, chat. This is a war zone. So it's coming right for us. Yeah, exactly. It's coming right for us. But damn it, how does this game handle the HP stat? Yeah, if you look underneath my ammo counter, the little green line, like right next to my face over there, you see the little green line? That's my health. Is another goat gonna be coming right for us? No? Okay. Fuck off. Now, let's see. Moose fucker. Eh? What? What? Seriously? Oh wow, it's leading his whole family. Well, he's gonna die. Alright, now let's see. Did I really not get a hit over here? Guess not. Maybe it was here. Closer to the waterline. Hang on. I'll be right with you, Rue. You died? Yeah, you died. I'll be right with you in a second. Let me check closer to the waterline. Oh. Any blood? Apparently I didn't land a hit on the goats that were nearby. Yeah, oh well. That's fine. Wait, now we go that way. Is that M1 garment? Yes, it is. Why does it have reduced clip size and standard upgrades of civilian list? Apparently, the civilian version of the M1 Garen had its clip size reduced to 5. I'm not sure if that's realistic, but that's what I have here. And yes, it is actually an M1 Garen, although it is a in this game it's called something different. The M1 Iwaniak. Yeah. they don't have license to feature real guns, so rather they just base the guns off of real life counterparts and call it something else. But this is basically an M1 Karen. And yes, it does have the ping sound. Dragon blood, huh? No organ seed. Flesh. He might have run for quite a while before he died. Unless... Oh, I hit him a second time. Okay. Oh, go! Where? Off the crest of the hill. Check. Means I can't get a shot. You know we're going to crest that hill. Once we collect this trophy, we're gonna crest that hill. There's our trophy. Good boy. Wait, really? All of that from just a shot to the tail? Apparently the tail is a major source of blood loss for these guys? I'll take it. Flesh, sacrum, caudal spinal cord, sacrum. I suppose if I did sever the spinal cord, then it would, you know, have a bad time. Alright, let me go to the washroom, chat. I need to pee. BRB. Hope you guys are enjoying this so yeah, so far, but yeah. Get up and stretch your legs, alright, chat? Go for the... go wash your knee too as well. It is good to get up and stretch your legs. I will be right back. Just a quick washroom break. I'm back, chat. Am I not dead? Oh, guess I'm not dead yet. You never know, chat, what might happen when you're out in the wilderness. Especially in the Australian wilderness. You think you're okay for one moment, and then the next thing you know, there's a drop bear on your shoulders, ripping apart your skull. But it's fine though. That's why I parked away from the tree, so ain't no drop bears gonna sneak up on us. Nope, nope. No drop bears. No drop bear gonna get us, chat. Hi, moose fucker. Alright. Thank you for the music. Alright. Right. Oops. Also got to bring myself back. There we go. Oop. Yep. Okay. Yeah, moose fucker. Good boy. You know, moose fucker can eventually learn an ability that helps him scare away predators who are attacking me. But you know what, chat? I actually prefer it if animals try to kill me. That way I can shoot them and kill them while they're trying to kill me. Hey. You're done. Tail is part of the creature's spine. I suppose so, but I didn't think that the tail would be that much of a vital organ in Ruse. Apparently it is though. Good, Moosefucker. I gave Moosefucker the skill that makes him stick closer to me, so that I don't lose sight of him. He's easier to manage that way. Oh, Moosefucker. Find the body. Non-vital organ hit. And another non-vital organ hit. Yeah, he's dead. And he didn't get very far either. Where are we on the map? Right, this is the edge of the river. Did I overpressure this? I might have. Whoops! It's your fault, fucking goats and Ruse. I wouldn't be overpressuring the area if he didn't all come trying to kill me. Where do you go? There he is. Good boy. Ah. Tail, pelvis, intestines, and wow. Really? I somehow missed his entire body and hit his left shoulder. I'm not entirely sure how I managed that, but oh well. It's pure skill, chat. See all these trick shots I'm making? Hitting animal body parts on the opposite side of the body. It's pure skill. I'm just too good. I'm the apex predator. Ain't no goat or kangaroo gonna run me over. And the one who got close enough to actually try, well, he died. Yeah, he kinda like bumped me a little bit, but he's dead anyway. You know, sometimes I wonder if it's possible for me to actually shoot that balloon. And you have the boom of unpenetration, but the curse of softness, what? Wait, what? What, you mean... Wait, are you guys trying to say I'm a glass cannon? Chat? What? Is that the innuendo about my soft butt? Being vulnerable to rammings and stuff? Is that what you're trying to say, chat? I'll have you know that my ass is very hard to get to. Oh. Oh, they're right over. An entire Roo family. Down, boy. Oh, God damn it. I hit it one day. Get up and run sometimes. Okay. Whoa, hang on. Oh shit, hang on. Fuck you! Fuck you! No, fuck off! What? Fuck you! As I was saying, chat, you you see? These motherfuckers tried to kill me. Oh god. Okay, that was an instant overpressure. I killed 2 over here, and 2 of them tried to shank me. Using a bullets already? 2 shots. 2 shots is required to take down each room. With a shotgun. It's actually one of the only ways I can get kills with a shotgun. Because shotgun hunting is very difficult. Part of the reason why I want animals to attack me. Oh. Directly through the spine. Perfect shot. No. Another member of his family was also shot. There. Oh, it didn't get very far at all. Easy. You know, chat. You remember how much, well, anyone who was here, like, you guys remember how much trouble I was having hunting lions? Not because the lions were strong or anything, but because the lions were fucking cowards. You guys remember that? Anyone who was here last Friday? I've been attacked by 2 roos. No, I think 4 roos, because 2 of the roos I killed earlier before these 2 were probably running straight at me to try to kill me. I've been attacked by 4 roos and a goat here in Australia. Meanwhile, while I was in Africa, I tried to chase down some fucking lions and they all ran away from me. What the fuck? How does that make sense? Why are lions more cowardly than kangaroos and fucking goats? Why? How? What? How? What? Drink my coffee in anger. I'm pissed. Where's the last coward lion? But all the lions were cowards. I ran after like what, 3 different lions and they all ran away from me. There was a male lion who completely ignored me until I shot him, and then he ran away like full sprint. And then there was a female lion whom I spent some time chasing and tracking. She disappeared into ether. And then I think there was another lion also chasing and tracking, disappeared into the ether. And then fucking god fucking damn it. Fucking cowards, lions. You're being shamed to your family. I just saw something. Really? There's nothing there? Oh, which reminds me. Hang on. My eye is itchy. Since I just remembered, I need to invest a skill point. Yay. Find another skill point. I do not want to put it in here. Instead, I want to put skill point in. I want to buy this. My objective is to try to get this skill right here. At least that's my immediate objective. I want to try to minimize my sound while moving through foliage. The biggest way that animals track you in this game is through sound. Especially sounds you make when walking through the brush, through foliage, things like that. And so the skill to reduce sound from moving through foliage is actually very valuable. I'm checking my back a lot because I know that there's a fox somewhere in around here. Could have fucked off already, but I heard him fleeing earlier and I didn't I failed to spot him. If I managed to spot him, then I would have known which direction he would have run off towards, and I could possibly try to track him down, but unfortunately no. I'm approaching the edge of the map. I don't know how the big fight they can win because they do all the time. Well, figure out fight for their lives out here, and you panic, or you're coming to hell. Oh, you're coming to hell with me mode. Is that why lions keep running away from me? Is that why they're fucking cowards? While the herbivores actually turn around and try to murder me. Can I see anything at all? I don't see anything. Chat. Did I kill it all? Did I kill all the animals? Or is this just a low... Is this just a low zone? Maybe because I'm too close to the southern edge of the map. Let's start making our way back towards the north. We'll head towards that ridgeline. Ooh, I made 60,000. Okay, we're gonna get a little bit more so I can actually buy the ammo for the gun. If we can get to 70,000, then that'll be perfect. Now I have the ammo. Then maybe we can go and hunt something besides these motherfuckers. Maybe we'll go to the US. Go back to Lake Layton, was it? We'll check that later. Once we're done here. Did you hear that? Oh. I thought I had some goats. Let's see if... Oh. Yep. We're coming up on something. One goat? One goat, a fox. I wonder why that goat is alone. They don't normally travel alone. He was moving fast though. I wouldn't be able to get a shot off on him. Yeah. Yeah, he's gone. I'll let him go. And fox on the other hand. I think I can get that fox. Need to get closer. Wait, that was really close. Where? Where the hell are you? Is he over the crest of the hill? Possibly. Oh, we're going for the fox. We can see the fox, we can't see the goat. Wherever the hell he is. It's times like these I wish I had a goat collar. But sadly I don't. There she is. What? Did they get around me somehow? How? Eh? Did the goats develop stealth tech? Is that how they're getting around me? We're going to check out this water hole next. I think that's not ambient noise. I think that's quail. But hunting quail is impossible. What's this? Oh yeah, just a whole bunch of goats. Oh, it's fine. They used their new stealth tech to get around me. Go get him, boy. Good moves, fucker. Now, how did you... Oh god. Ah. Oh. I almost feel sorry for him. Ah. Directly through his neck. Well, at least it was instant, I guess. Hearing a lot of noises. Anything? Oh, very old. Predator brain things. Adrenaline. You're coming to hell with me. What was the quote? You're mistaken. I'm not locked in here with you. You're locked in here with me! I'm so tempted to shoot that. I don't think I can hit it from all the way over here. Somebody the closest will come to actually being able to hunt people. Shooting that hot air balloon. And I doubt the game will actually allow us to damage that thing. Let's see. Anybody drinking? Anyone? Really? No one? No one drinking at all? Really? Oh, nope. Goats. There's 2 goats, but they'll do. Get close enough to get accurate shots of 150 meters. Is there nothing else along the waterline? Doesn't seem like it. Okay, I'm getting close enough. Let's see if they stop. Actually, this is really good. Angle to take shots. You know what I'm going for? Oh, they're going back the other way, huh? What the fuck was that sound? I had something right next to my ear. Damn it! That sound distracted me. Did I get both of them? Or only one of them? I've only gotten one of them. Shit. Oh well, I'll take it. Get him, moose fucker. Ooh, another gold rating. I'll take it. I'm gonna have so many gold rated goats, I swear. Look at how many golds I have. Now here's a question. Did I hit the other one? Doesn't look like it. Yeah, I didn't hit the other one. Unfortunate. Oh! But there are more goats coming back. Let's get ready. Look at him. Hmm. Quite a few. That one is the one I want. I need to get a good shot off. Let's go this way. Damn, I need to get over the crest of the hill. Okay. Oh, my fault. Need to be ready. Okay, one of them. There's the other one. Ah shit, they're running. I'm not sure if I just wasted a ton of ammo going for the one that was worth more. I might have just wasted a ton of ammo. Shit. I've been too greedy. Oh, I got something. Oh, whoa! Whoa, 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 whoa! Whoa! Fuck you! That's the fifth kangaroo that tried to attack me. God damn. Ah. The gold root too. Thank you. Appreciate this. Thought I heard something. That was just a dog. Okay, I think, yeah, I did manage to hit the one I was going for. I'm coming, I'm coming. Patience, moose fucker. I know you want to fuck the moose, but patience. Don't worry. We'll soon be able to go back to hunting moose. Very, very soon. This goat ran quite far. Also, it's raining outside. Nice rain. There he is. Yeah, I managed to get intestines good, and then his leg, but I'm surprised at how long he can survive with a shot into the intestines and then a shot to the leg. Wow, got him. See, how much money do I have? I want to try to get to 70k, and then the objective for today will be complete. And we can take our new gun for a spin. Let's see. We could look back up north. See if we can find anything. Alternatively, what time of day is it? It's 2. Alternatively, we could fast travel here. My old bloodbath zone. You can still see some hunting pressure left. Nah, we're here. Might as well explore. I haven't been to this area before. You can see on the map it's completely dark. I've never been here. Might as well explore while we're here. See if there's any need zones. So we know that there are routes that come through here. Can't see anything. Hmm. If there's still roos in this shrubbery, I can't see him. Dogs are missing cats near miss, huh? Well, I found this phenomenon. Wait. You mean the way dogs and cats always run away when you're trying to catch them to give them medicine? You're like, Mom, no, I don't want to go to the vet. Then you have to catch them and wrestle them into the pet carrier. Haven't spotted anything yet. They all ran away from me. Did I murder them all? Oh! Goat spotted. Oh, where is that? That's across into the next zone. Okay, you know what? Since that's where our prey has decided to go to, we'll go to them. Just checking the water line to see if there's anything else along the water. None that I can see right now. Just the goats. Wait. There's something directly in front of us. Where? There. Did I scare them all off? Yes, I did. Fuck. Well, see what I got? It's too far. I got one. No idea if I got the second, but we'll get the one first. Back in Hogan's Field. The site of my original bloodbath. Fire boy. Go on. Non-vital organ. Alright. Okay, that is bright. That indicates 2 kills. Oh. Bruise. Where? Oh, god damn it. Wrong button. Oh, I see that. I see that. Oh god. Oh, I thought he was going to attack me, but he just ran straight past me. Okay, a lot of shit is going on right now. Dog, are you okay? Need some help? Stupid dog. So there are 2 goats at least, and 1 roo. Ding. Yeah, it's actually also, to be honest, it's part of the reason why I wanted the M1 gun specifically, so I bought the DLC for it. It's ass shot, but it's fine, chat. It's fine. There's no other shot I could have made. Chat, it's fine. Okay, there's another kill around here somewhere. Questions, which way did he go? Oh, he went that way, huh? Thought I heard something. What? Harpy has necklace ears. The kind of harpy that it just takes whatever he thinks looks cute and sticks it on his head. That's the kind. Oh, okay. So I was misreading the name. It's fine. I'm surprised that the shots in the back didn't kill that Rue. Because Swan would have hit it. Oh. Dog? Are you okay? You kinda, phase through the rock there. And how far did this roo get? They run really fast, don't they? Ooh. See all those goats? But get out of the way. I still need to go back and get that one other goat we killed. Why the hell did this fucking roo die? There she is. My god. You made me trek all the way across. Wait. Wait, what? That wasn't the roo, that was the goat! What the fuck? Wait. If you're the goat, then where did the roo go? Okay, hang on a second. Hang on a second. We have to go back to find the roo. We found the goat. Huh? We were tracking the goat this entire time? Along the way back, we'll grab this goat that we killed. If any other goats close to us, we'll kill them too. Those are a little too far for me to take that shot. The roo is wanting to flank me. Here's the thing, I already know that the roo is dead. I just need to find him. So we're gonna go back to that other kill marker and try to track him down. This is a drinking zone, huh? Alright, that's good to know. Another goat. Oh. Surprised he got that far with all that damage. Don't mind if I do though. Alright, now we need to head back. Here. We shot a roo somewhere here. We need to find him. And I wish that emus were an animal we could hunt. I'm fairly certain emus are legal to hunt, aren't they? Don't they have a bounty out on emus? At least I know they did have a bounty on emos. I'm not sure if they still have them. Probably dead, but I'm gonna let him die. While I go and search for that fucking Roo. Oh! Hi there! I'm fairly certain that one I shot was also dead. My god, there's so much goats! Lung, neck. Really? That was a no organ hit? Okay, I'll wait to see if this thing pops. You know what? Let's check out that one first. He's closer. Maybe I missed one of the shots on the other one, so failed to. Failed to get a good hit, good enough hit on him. Yeah, it's looking like I failed to get a good hit on him. We still need to go back and find that Roo, by the way. Wherever the hell he got off to. There's a bleed rate low. Shouldn't last that long. Just what I'm gonna do, Chan. After we claim this guy, we're gonna head south to find the Roo, and then we're gonna head back north and see if we can't track down the other goat that got past me, who might have survived my shot. Can't tell. Oh. They've already crested. Yeah, there's no way for me to get him now. Here we are. Ah, perfect. And you should get tail and pelvis and intestines. That's why I bled out so quickly. Right? Back the way we came. Going to try to find that fucking roo. There's a dead roo somewhere over there. We're gonna find it. Oh, cast is stream right now. But really, more goats? I can't hunt them though. It'll overpressure. Yeah, I'm gonna let them go. We're only going there to find the roo, and that's what we're gonna do. So I don't care about running. So it's getting late. We have to find the roo and then track down the other potential goat we might have killed before nightfall. Let's start this tab open. I appreciate the lurk. Hope you enjoy your time at gas. There's a goat running across the area, but it's fine, goat. I know you're probably panicking for your life right now, but it's fine. I'm not gonna kill you. Organs hit very old. So this was the rule I hit. Where the hell did she go? The annoying thing about roos is that if I hit a leg, it would result in a kill, but it takes ages for them to bleed out from a leg hit. Oh, she didn't get very far. She was here the whole time, really? Ah. Because I hit her twice. Oh, okay. I'm surprised a shot to her arm did that much damage. Oh. Finally found the roo. Now let's run back up north. See if we can't find that goat. And right now I still don't care about making noise because I can't kill anyone here anyway. This area is on the verge of overpressure. So I'm going to I don't care if I'm scare everything away because I can't hunt them anyway. Oh, what's that? Another goat. He's in the middle of the overpressure zone. Can't shoot him. Yeah, off you go. The phone, really? This is where the goats, ran around me. Did I not hit the other goat? Apparently not? Question mark? Really? Did I fail to ding them at all? Oh. It was right where the shots occurred. Apparently I completely missed the other goat. Okay. I'm very close to getting 70k. Let's see if we can reach it. Now the goat that ran. Is he still around? He was running back west. In fact, I remember a whole bunch of goats. Out by west. I think they're all long gone by now. Damn. Let's see. It's 4 in the evening. We still have some time left. You know what? We're going to ignore everything over here. I'm going to fast travel to the outpost behind us. Back up to the outpost. And I'm going to restock on some ammo while I'm here. Alright. All the ammo I need to buy might extend the time we need to fucking hunt. We'll see in a minute. Okay. You know what? Let's try to see if I can get the gun I'm looking for. This gun. This is the gun that I've been grinding for all this time. This is gonna hurt. This gun costs so much. But I need that gun. Time to go. All my money gone. My money. And more money gone into ammo. Yeah. Question though, why am I using a shotgun? Well, okay. The reason I was using the shotgun before was because it was the easiest way for me to get a ammo that could hunt bison. But now that I have the range master, I don't think I need that gun anymore. Do I? I have a gun that can handle bison, moose, and bear. Okay, technically, I would use this for everything. The only thing I would use this for is bison. This could already handle everything. Let us try to develop a new loadout. One that is using the ranger. The M1 and the range master. We're going to take the polymer tip, these polymer tips, those polymer tips. We need the 4 to 8 times. Need the scent fucker, the binocs. Can I also take the shotgun? Hang on a second. Could I technically just fit all of the guns into my current loadout? Can I actually fit it all? No. Shit. Get rid of the soft point. Get rid of these. Get rid of this. Can I fit? No, shit. Why not? Shit. Shit. Hmm. Load anyway. Is that a reason why? Fuck. The only way for me to fit everything into a single loadout is to grab a bag. And I just spent all my money. I don't have any money to buy bags anymore. Fuck. Okay, there is a skill I can learn to increase carrying capacity, but that's way off. Fuck. Well, rename to rifle rape bitch. There we go. Wait, how am I fitting everything in here? What am I doing to get everything on? It's because of all the collars? It is because of all the collars. So I can't fit everything if I ditch some of the collars. Huh. How many collars can I take with me? Not many. But, something. Oh dear. Oh dear. Existia Screamer. Just take the most generic collars, I guess, for now. And save this loadout as Aussie land. And we are going to need to mess with our inventory because yeah, that just fucked up our inventory. Okay, see, the range master will be 3. Melee deputy will be 4. Binox will be 5. Consumable? Scent fucker will be 0. The jackrabbit collar will be there. Wild boar will be there. Antler, sambar, and I'm gonna make sure that all of the guns on the proper ammo. Slug for that. I need to remember that my shotgun is no longer a anti-rue weapon. Now it's the M1, that's the anti-rue. And that's it. My new guns are online. Let me just buy this. Hearing a lot of noises. There's something near me. Let me get used to aiming with this. Oh. More goats. Let's say we kill some goats before we leave this place. Get a little bit more money. You're right here after all. Pew pew, yes. Pew pew. Lots of pew pew. Sadly, I can't use my new gun against these animals, but it's fine. We'll kill them for money. Did we? Get a kill? Yep, we did. I am bankrupt. I need the money. I can't even use the new gun here. Let me kill some of you goats. So that I can have some money with me when I go and hunt those moose. I know there's a quail there somewhere, but hunting quail is so difficult. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to kill those quail, but oh well. Can you find a moose fucker? An AK would be more efficient. Sadly, this game doesn't give us AKs. The closest thing we have to an assault rifle is something called a Zarza, which is basically just the AR-15. That's the best we can get. No AK. Thought I heard something. Hi, Jota. How's it going? I've killed 100 goats to get that new gun. Not this gun. This new gun. 100 goats sacrificed their lives for that gun. more quail calls. Fucking quail. Can never see them. I always hear them, but I never see them. See more goats though. The hell did this goat run off to? Could have gone that far. Oh. Flying towards me or flying away? No, he's flying away. Yep. There goes the quail again. I've tried to shoot quail in flight so many times and I've never been able to land a hit. How are you supposed to hunt something that tiny? Oh wow. How the hell did he not immediately die from that? Something was running away from me, but what? Is it more quail? Probably more quail. Let's check on that fox. Once we get that fox, we will head out to another map and test out my new gun. Or at the very least, I hope we can test out my new gun. But I'll actually be able to test my new gun? I have no idea. Shit. I can't pass these. Oh. Okay, the one good thing about this map is that there's so many things to kill. The one bad thing about this map is that there's so many things to kill. I'm like, okay, let's just go and grab that fox I murdered and then we'll head out, and then suddenly there are more goats next to me and I have to take the shot. Let's find out where that fox ran off to. You pew pew smell? Yeah. I just said I can't shoot it yet. This brand new pew pew. It's really powerful. It's the second most powerful gun in the game. Technically there's a gun that's more powerful than this, but the range is like cut in half. So yeah, I'm like, yeah, no thank you. I think I'd much rather have more range. If it means I can... even if it means that I only have the second most powerful gun in the game. Let it flow. Thought I heard something. You know, this landscape will almost look beautiful. If only it wasn't a fucking desert. There she is. Don't mind the ass shot again. It's incidental. I swear. One last body to collect. And we're just gonna run. You know, the shadow almost looked like there was a fucking Slender Man behind me. That was just moose fucker. Sometimes animals run away and then they come back. Oh, it's right over there. I don't think those goats are coming back. Oh, by the way, Choto, if you're still here, I decided that the anniversary stream is going to be on Friday night, 8 p.m. EDT. I polled my viewers on Discord and they voted for Friday, so yeah, Friday night 8 p.m. EDT, and going to be in Friends Plus. We're gonna drink, going to hopefully not crash or do anything too late, but I'm sure I'll be fine. Oh, I can see him right on the horizon, but I'll let him go. Okay, let's get out of here. I think we've carved enough death and destruction through this entire map. This entire area was painted purple before, and then we started here and painted purple all the way through down here as well. So yeah, I think we've done enough. Let's go to the lodge and we'll sleep there, and then we'll head to another map where we'll be able to use my new gun. Of course, it depends on whether or not I find the animal that I want to use my new gun on, but oh well. find out together, chat. One nice thing about this game is that it allows you to just go home if you want to. And yeah, I know this lodge is still a little bit barren, but eventually I'm gonna get more stuff on here. Eventually. Please use a trophy manager. This is still my most prized kill. A diamond goat. There's a way for me to mount multiple animals at once. What was... Right, that's it. I need to pay money for this. I don't know if I have any... If I fulfill any of the prerequisites for this multi. There's a red deer. Bunch of grizzlies. Are this but not enough money? Ugh. Still I have not seen a gray fox at all. Black bear, plains bison, red fox. Need to find better fallow deer. Yeah, the only thing I can build right now is this, if I have the money. Which I don't. Oh well. Hi, moose fucker. Oh. They created an animation for petting him when he's in the doggy bed. Right, I don't even know which room is my room, to be honest. But I'm calling it this one. This is my room. Probably. Maybe. Right, let me go to the washroom real quick, chat. Let me put on some music. Everyone get up and stretch your legs as well if you've been here all this time. It's important to get up and stretch every now and then. I'll be right back, chat. When I come back, we will test out my new gun. Yes. Happy. back, chat. Oh. Let me get back into my BDSM chest harness. Give me 1 minute. Okay. Oops. Hang on. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Ooh, I almost forgot something. Giving myself back up. There we go. Alright. Time to test out my new gun. My shiny new gun. That costs the lives of 100 goats. I can't believe it costs me money to sleep in my own house. This is my house. Why does it cost money for me to sleep here? What the fuck? Really? Really? Well, time for us to get out of here. Can I really not mess with my inventory while I'm here? Never actually checked. Can I not mess with my... I guess not. Oh! Wonder if I can actually just walk out of here. Can I? I'm fairly certain this is the house that I see my friends leaving when they play this game. Can I leave? No? Well, fuck you too, game. Fine, fine, fine. We're going to Leighton Lake. Let's go. This map will have animals from a new gun. Okay. Let us... points of interest, artifact, people. Really, you have no information for me at all? Really? Wow. Is that really all the hunting I've done in Leighton Lake? I completely forgot what missions I had here. Use the predator, jackrabbit, collar, harvest 2 coyotes, photograph 2 different black bears. Like Chile. Okay. Let us check our collars. I have something for follow deer. Gray fox. I don't think we need this, and we don't need this. Instead, we need deer bleat collar. And I think roe deer? Maybe I've forgotten what deers we find here. Hang on a second. What deer do we find here? Mariam turkey, moose. We need a moose collar. Yeah, we need a moose collar. Okay, do I have a moose collar? I cannot buy one. Fuck you! So literally the only thing I can bring with me is... Man, do they have roe deer here? Roosevelt elk. Roosevelt elk. White-tailed jackrabbit. Turkey. Deer. Jackrabbit. Coyote. Moose. Whitetail. Moose. Whitetail. Moose. Blacktail. Okay, I'm just going to assume that there's no roe deer here. So that's literally all we can use. Unless we have access deer here as well, but I don't know off the top of my head whether we'll have access deer here. Take the roe deer collar just in case. I have a strange feeling that there's gonna be a roe deer here. Okay, we have the black-tailed deer. All deer, reindeer, caribou, and the roe deer collar. Ammo check. Right, the shotgun, I need to switch to slug ammo. It's better to have slug ammo in the chamber first, and then switch to other ammo types if I need to. Okay. Alright, now we need to find ourselves some bears. Is there really no house there? Hang on, do they have a map? I need a map of all the safe houses. Really? This map is fucking useless! I gotta hate this map. There's black bear there. There's survival camp there, but no safe house. The safe house is over there. There's a black bear. Down there. There's coyotes there. There's a moose there. Black bear there. Okay, we'll go to that. And we'll see what we can find. Green pie chat, yes. My suggestion has been working flawlessly. Okay. Glad I could help you figure out what the problem is, or at least point you in the right direction. Yeah, I can understand how Unity is ass with not telling you why things are breaking.
You know, I spotted some tracks earlier, close to where you're at right now. I'll send the coordinates.
Where the hell are they? Where are those fucking tracks? Oh, there. Okay. Hang on, let me check the prey collar. Does this work on bears? No. How the hell am I supposed to track bears if I can't use a collar on them? Oh, time for me to try to hunt bear. It's times like this I really wish Foxley were here. Cause I am garbage at spotting anything in dense forest. This is like my worst nightmare. Like, how am I supposed to see anything in here? So what track do you spot for me? What do you find for me? Jackrabbit? Really? Okay, let's see if we can get ourselves some whitetail. The question is, were they still in range to hear that? Deer. Okay. And one Garen. I think now that I have some experience hunting elsewhere, I'm doing slightly better. I used to just barrel through the forest trying to find something to kill, and I ended up scaring everything away. No trophy, but thank you. Now what I want is a bear. Where do I find bear? Let's head this way. Down by the water. Maybe we'll be lucky and spot ourselves a bear. I know it looks like a lot of those birds can be shot, but no. Those birds are seagulls and they're not things you can kill, unfortunately. I've tried. And in fact, I've bullseyed them. They're quite easy to bullseye. They just aren't worth anything, unfortunately. A lot of rabbit feeding grounds here. Now, if only this meant that bears would hunt here too. But no! For a moment I thought there was something. It's just a branch. Oxley! Oxley, I'm blind. I need your help. How the hell am I supposed to spot a rabbit in the middle of all this? He's long gone anyway. It'd be nice if that waterway had lots of animals drinking from it, but no. No, this hunting area is really difficult. Sadly, I think Foxley's working today, so she can't take me with her to hunt lions again. Oh. Okay, there's a rabbit somewhere in here. Did I shoot the tree? Did I? Seriously? Hit the tree? Twice? Are you serious? Yeah! Fuck you, tree! You look like a tree that I could go through, but no! Fucking tree, I say. Ugh. Yeah, that rabbit is long gone. Fucking tree. Do I even want to chase after the rabbit? Probably not. The rabbit is spooked. He's not gonna do a warning thump anymore. Just gonna run. That was a very weird sound. Those eagles are not huntable either. Even though the quail is huntable. And the quail is like half the size of that bird. I still don't know how to hunt geese yet. More bunny tracks. He doubled back. Thought I saw something, but I think it was just some dust. How the hell is a verdant forest like this so devoid of life? Seriously. Can't see anything. grass? Why are they flying? They're in the grass. Okay, now we need to switch to bird shot. That was not it. Okay. Somewhere in this field, there's a whole bunch of ducks. I have no idea where. Probably over there somewhere. Okay, the fact that I can't tell which bird is meant for me to kill and which is not is really annoying. Okay. I know it sounds like they're coming from my left, but there is a bug in the game. The sounds are coming from the front. Somewhere in here. But then again, I'm second guessing myself. Shit. Well, they were over there instead. What the fuck? That noise bug is so annoying. I was nowhere near them. Oh well. Back to slugs. I have a feeling that hunting ducks and goose specifically requires tactics that I still don't know. And I really, really wish I had a moose collar right now, but I don't. So I have to hope that that moose, wherever he is, does not move. I could technically use my new gun on the moose. Ah, fuck you, birds. be somewhere in there. Somewhere in that brush. There's a moose. And I can't see in there. So I have no choice but to just go in. Did I? Oh, I got it. Here's the thing, did I scare away the moose? More than likely. Oh, what the hell are you? A mallard. Stupid duck. Making me scare away the moose. And you only gave me 300 monies, really? Fuck you too, bitch. How are you so cheap? Well, where the hell did the moose go? Oh, are they long gone? They're probably long gone, aren't they? A coyote mating call. See if we can get him. What the fuck? Really? Huh? How did they? How the fuck did they not notice me? What the fuck? Yeah, I'll take it. Could you stay down? Thank you. That's a leaf. Well, you are an idiot. Oh, well, I'll take you. Email. Whitetail, dear. I don't know where your mate went. Maybe they were trying to go get some water. Yeah, I think they might have been going to get some water, but they literally just walk right past me. Well, sucks to be them. So looking for a moose or a bear. Something I can use my new gun on. Okay, this takes us past the bear rest zone. Let's see if we can get lucky and spot bear. I failed to get lions on Friday. I want to try to get a bear today. Give me a fucking bear. The first time I played this game, I failed to hunt a bear so many times. I got so fucking pissed. I have to find a bear. Bear. I'm seeing bear tracks. Okay. More bear tracks. Good. You know, bears come by this area. The question is, are they still here? No, I still wonder whether these hunting structures are worth building. Oh god, that jump scared me. I really hate the fact that there's no confirm yes on the build structure. If I accidentally tap the interact button, it's like, okay, instantly build it, and it's freaking. I can't see the bear rest zone from here. It's through the shrubs. thing that worries me, chat, is I'm worried if I'm gonna have to buy a different map in order to hunt bears, or at the very least have an area that's more conducive to hunting bears. That's what worries me. Oh, fucking ducks again. God, why? Why do the bears insist on resting in such a thick underbrush area? Why can't they rest in the open? God damn it! This is technically a rest zone that they would use in this time of day. Is there a bear or is that a tree? Is that a bear? Is that a bear? Is that a bear? It's a bear! It's a bear! Okay. I cannot fuck this up. I must not fuck this up. Okay. He's through a tree and I'm scared to fire through the tree because I'm scared the tree is going to take the shot. Okay, let's move to the side a little bit so that maybe there's only leaves and tiny branches in the way. Get off us, bear. Can we get off us, bear, chat? Can we get off us, bear? Can we get off us, bear? Can we get off us, bear? Get off us, bear. Get off us, bear. Okay. I have no idea if I got a good hit on the bear, but oh. Vital organ hit. Yay. Yay, finally. Finally. I got a fucking bear. Oh, you have no idea how long I wanted this. God. I know this is bronze, but I'm fucking saving this harvest. I don't care. I don't fucking care. It took me so long to get this damn bear. I'm saving it. Ah. I'm happy. I'm happy, chat. We did it. God, I got a fucking bear. Actually, hang on. One last thing I want to check. The Hunter Call of the Wild Layton Lake map. I want to see where the hell the fucking outposts are. Hang on. Bring this here. Hi. Ah. Eh? Am I reading this correctly? Runesh? What? I'm not reading this correctly. Wait. Oh, really? That is the closest house to... Oh, you gotta be fucking shitting me. Oh well. Oh well. I don't care. I don't fucking care. I don't fucking care. We achieved my objective for today. I don't care anymore. I don't care. I got the gun. I killed a bear with it. I. God. Oh. Something's here. Oh, what? Maybe a blacktail? Can I get one more kill? Can I get one more kill? I don't care what it is, I'll take it. Hello? What made the noise? Whoa. Any animal out there? Couldn't have been very far. Really? Stupid dog! Get back here! Now go down. Maybe? I don't see anything. Oh, chat! Chat, I just thought of something. One last thing for us to do before we call it a stream. There is a very specific animal that has been giving me a lot of trouble besides the bear. And it's in Australia. We're going back to Australia. I just remembered there is an animal that you guys didn't see me try to hunt this, but there is a very specific animal that I hate hunting. Because these motherfuckers refuse to fucking die. I chase them halfway across the map, firing shotgun slugs into their ass, and they refuse to fucking die. And I think my new gun will be the key to killing them, so we're gonna go over here. We need to fast travel to this section of the map. And we're gonna see how my new gun fares against these assholes. Hey, it shouldn't take me too long to find, because they're a pretty common animal. They're just insanely hard to kill. They're slow as fuck, but they just keep very slowly running away from you, and you end up I ended up chasing them with a shotgun, throwing slugs in their asses, and they refuse to die. You guys should see them relatively quickly. That is not what I'm looking for. It's just a fox. Let me see. I should be able to start spotting them once I clear this
These
ridge.
tracks, you can follow them, but don't forget to also look up and observe what's in front of you.
What tracks are those? Are those the things I'm hunting? Let's see. No, that's not what I'm looking for. More foxes. Why are there so many foxes around right now? I mean, I'll take them if that's all I have, but that's not what I'm looking for. He's right there. Hey. Did you keep running? Yeah, I think I missed. Damn. Oh, that's fine. Technically not who I'm primarily hunting anyway. Where are the assholes I'm actually looking for? They're supposed to be very numerous. There they are. There they are. Those motherfuckers! Fuck you! Oh, that feels so much better! Fuck you too! Die, motherfucker! Ah! Oh, you have no idea how good this feels. Wait, did I actually hit the fox? I might have actually hit the fox. Fuck you! Chad, you have no idea how good this is. I used to have to chase these assholes across the entire map just to kill one of them. Chase him, constantly pumping shotgun shells into his ass. And now I got so many of them. Oh my god. I'm gonna overwrite this. And now with a single shot I can guarantee a kill. Oh my god. Oh, that feels so good. Oh yeah. Oh, oh, I'm so happy, Chad. I'm overkilling them by shooting them twice. I only need the one. Oh my god. Oh. Let's save this one too. No. Was there a fox? Yeah, yes, I know I've overpressured this area, but I don't fucking care! I don't fucking care! I had so much problem with these assholes before. going to enjoy this. Oh, I can't. No blood, really. It looks like there's something here, though. Oh. It actually killed the fox? I thought I missed it. I did hit him. And he's a fox, so doesn't matter even if there's no organ hit. Even if there's no organ hit, it's a guaranteed kill. Oh look, more assholes running away from me. Now that they know how powerful I am, they're all running away from me. I'll let you go for now. I've satisfied my bloodlust. Now I know I can come back here and massacre these assholes. They're so fucking slow. I'm happy, chat. New gun feels so fucking good. Good boy, motherfucker. What? How did... Eh? How the hell did the bullet fail to... Eh? How does that make sense? At all? This is a polymer tip. It should have just gone straight for the neck. What the fuck? Oh. Any stuck up buffalo wanna die? Technically they're called bunting. I don't know why the fuck the Aussies created their own name for why essentially just buffalo. There's a whole family over there. I'm done. I'm done, chat. I'm done. I've achieved everything I wanted to today. I'm happy. I'll go back here and manage my inventory real quick, and then we'll call it a stream. This gun is so good. Oh, look at how much money I'm already getting. Beacon Deluxe Duck Collar. Elk Collar. That could be useful actually. Canada Goose Collar. Oh, Turkey Collar. Oh, these don't look like they're any different at all. It looks like there's no color we can use to attract bears. Interesting. No, I know this. Distress fawn. Ah, I need to level up some more before I can get a bear collar. Oh. Once I get this, it'll make hunting bear a lot easier. In the meantime, I'm just gonna buy more ammo for my new favorite gun. Fuck yeah. This thing destroys everything. Yeah, technically I only have one shot in the chamber. But you know what? You know what? I'm fine with it. I'm fine with a single shot in the chamber. It's worth it. It's so fucking worth it. Okay. Let's get ready for bed, chat. I would bring my dog up here, but my dog is too stupid to enter houses, so he stays outside. Adventure. Thank you everyone for being here. What are you looking at, chatting? Hope everyone enjoyed today's stream, and I hope to see you guys next time, alright? Remember to hit that like and subscribe button down below on YouTube side if you enjoy your time here. Also, leaving a comment helps. Alternatively, if you guys are on Kick side, feel free to hit the follow button if you enjoy my content. Oh, this is this is so arduous. You have no idea. You have no idea, chat. I have been grinding for this gun for 3 days straight. Killing 100 goats in Australia. It was hell. But it's over. It's over. And I'm glad it's over. Alright, chat. So as usual, thank you to my extra more supporters. Thank you to Lucky, Crab, Rest.Gov, Oxy, and Maka for you're always giving me a big tip energy. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you. Thank you so much. And next up, thank you to Leah, Maka, Sakito, Kylon, Lucky, Shu, DJ, Cass, Scott Reactor, and Dova for supporting me on Patreon and Fansly. I know it seems like I'm abandoned my Patreon and Fansly. I will try my best to get some Patreon and or Fansly content up this week. I will do my best to get something up there. Get it jump started. I need to get back into the habit of posting that shit. I just need to get back in the habit. I will get back in the habit. I will force myself to get back into the habit. Okay, I'm really, really sorry, but I will force myself to get back into the habit of posting stuff on there. So, thanks, guys. Thank you guys for sticking with me through everything. And yeah, I will see you guys again soon. No matter what. Friday anniversary stream, 8 p.m. EDT. Convert that to your time zones as necessary. For Europe time zones, it'll be like midnight, post midnight. For Asia time zone, it'll be like 6 to 8 in the morning. So yeah, as you, for anyone who doesn't know, anniversary stream is a stream to celebrate the start of my streaming career, quote unquote, if you can call it a career. I get onto VR chat and drink alcohol. For this year, I'm going to be drinking Sapporo beer. I'll be in a friends or friends plus world. Anyone and everyone is welcome to join me in VR chat. Alternatively, if you guys want to chill in chat, that's all fine as well, as long as you guys join me, and that'll make me happy. So yeah, I'll see you guys on Friday no matter what for that. If I feel horny tomorrow, I will do a fancy stream. If I fail to feel horny tomorrow, I will do something for Fansly and Patreon. I will put something up, no matter what. Okay, so yeah, I need to get jump started. But yeah, that's the tentative plan for the rest of the week. Alright, guys. Now that we're done here, let me see if there's anyone for me to raid on Kick. Sadly, I don't have the ability to raid on YouTube yet. YouTube, for anyone who doesn't know, actually has a raid feature, but I need to be partnered in order to have the raid feature on YouTube, and I don't have that yet. So yeah, let me see, who can I raid? Who can I raid? There are 2 people whom I can raid. You've been going for 1 hour and 15 minutes. How about you? How long have you been going on for? 2 hours. Who have I raided before? I do not remember. Okay, you know what? Today, we are going to raid... We are going to... Wait, no, we can't raid. We apparently don't have enough viewers to raid. Oh well, that's fine. That's fine. If we don't have enough viewers to raid, that's totally fine. In that case, I'll just end here, and I'll see you guys again soon, alright? Bye-bye, y'all. Bye-bye. Love you guys. Bye-bye. This is a successful hunt. I'm happy. Finally get to relax. No more Great Gold Massacres, although technically I need to make back all the money again, but now I at least can be more relaxed. I don't need to just destroy goats and roos anymore. Now I can murder buffalo. That'll be fun. Or I can just do random hunts with Foxley or stream. Maybe. I'll see. I'll see what happens.